Why, hello there. I'm blurry. We'll fix that in a second. First, let's make sure all this stuff is happy. And I should probably adjust that, but we'll get there. That looks all right. And what of you? Yeah, you're all right too. Okay, perfect. That needs to go there. That needs to go there. That goes there. And let's fix this camera. Leave. There we go. Okie dokie. Oh, wait, let me adjust this too. There we go. It was all wrapped up in its cord. So, we have a problem. Desktop, please. Our problem is, if this would build, hello to you too. Oh, it's just taking a second. The problem is that this form doesn't validate. So we need to fix that in some way, shape, or form. So in both cases in here, we're not validating that that shouldn't be allowed to be empty. And then the same is true for in here. Should not be allowed. So we need to fix that. Yesterday, we discovered, A, that it was doing that. It had been broken along the way as we were building the rest of the bits and pieces. And the problem with it's not inheriting the state that, or the fact that it's in a form from its parent. Who am I explaining this to? The people that are viewing, of course. You. So we got to figure out what we want to do with that. And I wonder if it has something to do. We simplified this widget, or not this, this widget yesterday. Took out all of the encapsulating widgets, so it was just our form fields and stuff inside of the column in here. And that still didn't inherit. So that's a problem. The thing I'm thinking now, or wondering now, is if it's because we're building this list in this way. I'm wondering if we should do something different. Why did we do this way? What is it, by the way? It's the editor for a server, for a mud game. Can you give a little recap of what's happening? I literally just did. It's exactly what I was just talking about. We did this because we need to know the index. So that's why we pulled you out. But I'm wondering, am I allowed to do a regular for I loop inside of the child list here? Or is that a no-go? You... like so. Oh, I need another close. So that would be... why am I doing this? Because I want to make a thing. Okay, so horizontal can serve as our guinea pig again today as we kind of look for understanding as to why this doesn't inherit the fact that it's in a form and therefore validation. Still no... well, actually, I should rebuild to make sure it gets updated. Let's do that. Where'd you go? Here you are. We'll see. Still no validation. Okay. Let's see. So we have the form key here, and we took you out. Yeah, that's been rolled back. Well, we didn't. We have this in here still. So we need to take this out again. As we try to understand why this doesn't inherit. Let's rebuild just to be sure. Aha, okay. So, perhaps we just need to convert these guys. Let's, before we get too excited though, that resets the state. We do have the problem where it's getting a double build here. We can take a look at that if this fixes things though. The other place we need to make sure of is in here. And I think they're going to be broken in here still. Oh, but they're not. Okay, interesting. Oh, because we lifted... okay, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so let's get rid of that as well. And we didn't have... let me double check. See if I'm insane or not. I don't think we had the console issue or the log issue. So that validated. We rolled. Okay, we did have it. Okay, that's fine. So we'd have to figure that part out, and we'd also have to convert the other ones, which is fine. I'm not opposed to that. This is probably the more correct way. You're not really supposed to return widgets in the way we were, I believe, in Flutter. So then we just need to understand where this double rebuild happens. where set state is called during a build. And I'm wondering... this isn't going to tell me a whole lot, I don't think. Dependencies are inherited theme, connection data, form state. So it is in here. So it's got to be these guys. Forest rebuild, field did change. Controller changed. I'm afraid that it is... something like this right here. If we don't mess with these really quick, I wonder, we might have to do like the form reset stuff. Let's see if that changes anything. We'll do a new build just to be sure we get nice, everything new, fresh. Horizontal. Okay, well, we didn't load anything, but... okay, yes, that is absolutely where it's coming from. Okay. So... that sucks. And I bet you it's any of them. That's what my gut says. But let's find out. Okay. Validate. We roll back. I think it's detecting that as a change. Even though we copy with value here. Boy. And in here, do we have... I wonder if it's a couple different thoughts. Let's look at one thing at a time, though. So our reset button here. We don't have... oh, we do have the form state reset in here. If I didn't change that, just for educational purposes here, would it still fire? Because I'm changing the data underneath the hood. Yes. It still gets flagged. Okay. So this one here Dependencies shouldn't change here. Why did I put them down there? I remember there was some kind of an issue with... What was it with? What the hell is the... Some issue with swapping forms or something? What is your... I want to say it's on init, but I don't think that's right. Init state. We call super. And if we move you into here, what was the reason for us not doing this? Field has not been initialized. Why not? Oh, because I grabbed this too. And that. New connection expanded. Right, yes, we do that. This could all go into build, I think. Where do you come from? Connections at index. Well, let's do one thing at a time. I suspect that this is incorrect, but let's get this rebuilt. It has not been initialized. But you should exist here in build. Let's see, does that help me to know late initialization error? Oh, it's because of that. Okay. But then we need to have map state up here too. But that's going to be a problem. Oops. Because it's going to depend on it in a place that it shouldn't. So let's actually pull those back down. Ooh, too much. And instead of doing that, there is a there's a way to trigger after a frame, after the first frame. Widgets binding, there it is. That's what I couldn't remember. So if we try to put you widgets binding, dot instance add post frame callback. We'll put you in here. That way build has a chance to run. This has a chance to get set. And then we put our data in. And then we validate. And we're good, except for on reload, we don't reset those fields. But is there an on reset here? I don't think there is, which is a problem. Yeah, okay. Crap. We can do form field. It's a string. And then we need a builder, which is form field state string. That should be a paren, not a squirrely braces. You return, and then at the end of this, we close that. In here, might as well make you a text field if we're going to do that. We'll give you the initial value of data.transit_enter.tag. Why don't I have... Oh, right, because we're working with the object itself. So that can be transit enter. On changed, we make that change to it. That's fine. The validator has to come out of text field and live in form field if we do this, which is fine. And then on reset, we need to do transit enter controller. That's what we should do. Value is value copy with text data transit enter. There we go. And then what has happened there? My IDE has added extra curly braces for some reason again. Keep forgetting to turn that off. It is disruptive. Okay. Oh, and then we should, instead of doing this, I think we want to drive it off of that. um, those get set. All right, let's give that a try and see if I'm correct or not. So you don't validate anymore? Oh boy. Reset didn't work either. So why did that break validation? Form field, string, initial value. That should be fine. Hmm. That also doesn't work. Okay. Oh, you know what? It's because on change we don't write it to the controller. So if we're not going to use the controller, except for we need you to use you there. So we're in kind of a weird half state here where we don't have a full copy like we do in the other forms, but at the same time we don't have Hey Aman, how's it going? Doing alright here. Aside from this horrible bug I've written myself into. So we don't have a full copy that we're working on, but at the same time we don't have like the form fields get disconnected from the state of that data. So I would have to do like an on save here as well, which should theoretically have a string value. It's probably nullable though. Yeah. So I guess I would have to do that. Do I not have... Oh, because you're only in the builder. Well, theoretically, it should be validated before I save, right? Well, no. That's not true. And there's no on submit. Well, crap. Because if I put this into... We could do this. Oop. Copy with text value, right? That's not a problem. But the problem comes when we go to save. We need to get that applied to, not save, but submit. We need to get that applied to the object. We didn't validate there either. Value. Didn't we do... Yeah, we had validation working out here. It's weird that reset worked, but validation didn't. Controller, on changed. We did... Oh, we didn't do anything with... Okay. Oh, because we did it in the saving. In apply, we pulled everything out. But we don't have that ability here because this doesn't drive its own apply button. I mean, I guess we could do on save. That is a thing. So on change will only trigger our update. And then when we save, transit enter is equal to transit enter controller text. And then in tile over here, when we do our on press, we validate form key, current state, save. Oh no, it's not. Yeah, it is. Oh. We should be able to get rid of that. If we declare, yeah, okay. I think it was form state. There we go. Now this is unnecessary cast because we've correctly identified it to ourselves when we declared it. And then I won't need these either. Extraneous parens. Okay, so, oops. Let's rebuild that. Make sure these errors are not just old junk. So, we do that. Still not validating correctly. Oh, I know why. I think. I believe that we need to move that um, failure. Go look at a text one again. Because we had a similar problem where it was failing to validate. It just didn't display. Um, it was error text or something like that. Yeah. Collapse these down. Okay, so description should have, name should have it too, but state error text, yes. Error text in our input decoration inside of the text field. There we go. And meow. Reset. There we go. Reset works. But you're not. You're not blank. That's not applying stuff. Meow. Let's do a quick little print debug here. We do save. But we're not getting the on save. Are we getting a... We are. Where from, though? There's a validate granularly. Oh. Let's just do that then. Let's leave you out. Let's just get you to print that really quick. To maybe give me an idea. Wormfield's state. So, okay. I'm just going to do this for now. So we'll do this. And then we'll go... you need to be... What did it say returns? Form field state. And then what do we have access to in here? Value. Error text, I guess. Let's see what that gets us. Validation failure. That's all it gives me. Those are our... To the east, an obvious exit. So that's our exit message and exit description. Why are they validation failing? There's no error text. They're just not... So we could chuck that in there. Oh wait, from the west foo. Okay, that's in there too. So that's saying no error text, but not valid. We can do that. So that should be returning valid. If we take out the text, well, now our error text isn't working again. Let's reload that. So, take out the string. Enter message field may not be blank. Okay, right? That makes sense. If I reset... What am I forgetting here? Up here we did a similar thing. On changed. We only set our did change stuff. Oop. Oh, wait a second. State did change value. I thought that was only firing this, but maybe I am incorrect. Maybe it's doing something else as well. No error, but still false. Interesting. Reset works. Let's take that out because it didn't do anything. And make sure... So that works. But... put that back in. Not picking up. Text field, text field. Give it a controller, same way we did there. Here... that's all the same. We gave it an initial value. Turn a text field. Only doing horizontal because the other one's been adapted here. We have error text set. Non-changed. Set the value. Validator. Here we didn't do that. On-change should have taken care of itself, really. On focus change for our click to validate, click out to validate, on blur, whatever you want to call it. Validator. I mean, we didn't give it a type, but that's just sloppiness. I should go fix, but it should still be a nullable string. It's a string field. That doesn't pick up everything that's changed either. I put in more garbage characters than that. Okay, so this could be... well, I guess the validation part is confusing to me. Because that should be valid. And it's going to be problematic because, like, I can't put the save in here. It's not where it lives. The apply lives in the other widget. So I can't switch to just having this take a widget or the data directly. And if we go back to, okay, so let's ditch this thing. And we'll go back to onChanged. I guess it would be equal to value. Right? Let's rebuild. Oh, wait, actually, hang on. Well, no, the validation error is the bad part. We added a save. Well, oh, okay. It wasn't saving because we failed. So the validation error is just what we need to figure out. Doing this, not an amazing idea. We still have bad data happening. And if we go slower, yeah, it's still not. It's not right. So we're going to do this. We're going to roll back the changes here just to this one, though. And then we're going to go take the form back out of it really quick. So that we're back to kind of the very basic. We have our inner message. We know that this is going to break stuff. So we do need let's not forget call super, which is binding instance. What was the Add post frame callback. That's what it was. Okay. So that, right. Oop. That goes here. These guys can go into build again. I think that was all correct. Guess there was more change that I wanted to preserve than I thought. You can just be very simple for now. Take you out later if we get this figured out. Or we'll make more changes and things will change more. Either way. Okay. So this should get us back to validation working, in theory. Because we didn't change the horizontal stuff. So I delete that. That works. Restoring does not work. And that's because we don't have an on reset to put it back. But does the submission work? It doesn't. So validation fails at this level too, when it shouldn't. And in the similar way, so inner message field may not be blank. But you're not blank. What other... Let's actually stop this. We'll go into debug and see, kind of have a poke around this return value. I wonder if it's like hanging on to old data? So I haven't even changed anything. Validation list. Form key. No, I can't even get into there or here. Go into here then. Text form field, state lifecycle ready, element. Properties, restorable string. Okay. Value is from the west. Error text is empty. Doesn't really tell me. There's no error text. Where is the is valid? has a focus node. Initial value. It states a new value. So this is validator call value is null and force error text is null. So where did has error come in there? Is that something I have? It is. Okay. So I can get a grab on that. Let's just continue, rebuild, and see what's up with that. Same deal. We'll just grab one. We just apply any of them, really. So from the west, no error, not valid, has error. But why? Has error. Turns true if there were no errors. That ends up calling validate. Oh. Hang on. Hang on. I returned an empty string instead of null. Oh, am I stupid? Is this it? Is this the only problem with this particular issue? I think so. I think I'm dumb. Like, astonishingly dumb. Come up here. Change that to just foo. Oh, I'm an idiot. Gosh. Okay, so that solves one mystery. That's good, at least. We still do need to fix restore not working, right? So we don't have let me just triple check my own stupid here. Okay, we can get rid of this stuff because it was for figuring out that problem. Now that I've figured out the problem is me, that should be fixed. Saving the form state. We don't need that really right now. That was a leftover of trying to figure out how to get the things in there. We would have to give you an on reset, think. Hang on a second. This only needs... we should do is we should put it here. In my form, on changed, and up here instead, or over here rather, instead of that call. Make sure what we were doing. Map state, unsaved tile changes. We don't have access to map state here, though. I don't particularly... oh, no, we do have. So I could do... so if there are no unsaved tile changes on a change... set unsaved tile changes to true. Like so. So that'll fire on that, which is actually not what we want to do. We want that to be like on submit. Well, technically this does change that. But that can't be the case, because I want to quadruple check my own insanity here. That there's no reset for you. So validator. Undo controller. That's undo history controller. Oops. Restoration ID. Where did my... undo controller. That's for like Control Z, I think. Yeah, there's no on reset here. And I'm 99% certain that I'm not allowed to set an initial value if... not that, but... transit enter. I'm not allowed to do this because I've already given it a controller. Yes. But... hang on. If I'm not using that, then maybe I don't care. Ooh, but that's gonna... yeah, okay. Because that's going to... on a change, it's going to modify that, and then I can't restore to it. So I really have to control this myself to do what I want to do. We could... like, our Unsafe changes notification is pretty naive anyway. So we can just let it fire whenever we change a character. That's not the end of the world. But what if we did go back to form field string boop 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 boop, not child, builder. Oh my gosh, I can't type. Builder, yes, thank you. Form field state string state. You, we return you. Unchanged lives in you still. Like so. Like so. You have a validator now still outside of you. That's correct. Okay, so there's that. We can give this guy initial value, data, transit enter. Theoretically. Did change value. We get rid of you, right? Validator lives here. That's still fine. Let's not be lazy. We'll give those their correct type and annotations. Like so. All right. Meow. We put a focus around. This needs to go back to text field. We put a focus around here. Which goes down here. Oops, that's one too far down. On focus change, bool has focus. If not has focus, then we did validate like so. Okay. Then down here on the text field itself, the form field rather, we had to drive validation, that's true, on reset. We had to drive you as well. We do the same thing here, transit intercontroller value is the transit intercontroller value, copy with, so we preserve the selection and cursor position, all that stuff if relevant. Text is data dot transit enter. But then we also have to do on saved here, I think. Data dot transit enter is equal to transit intercontroller text. Oh, does this have a... This has value? It does. Okay. Equal to value then. So if that... Oh, right. So, thinking if this is going to bite me. I'm not sure. Set it if it's not null or empty. Validation should, in theory, take care of that for us. Okay. Let's roll this. Do a rebuild. Do this. Do this. Come here. So if it's empty... Oh, my validator did not work. Annoying. Oh, it's because I forgot to change the air text still. So it should have worked, it just didn't. Display. If I change you to foo, if I hit apply, then you get changed to foo. If I delete, do whatever, restore, everything's happy. If... Yeah, I still need the controller for the reset value there. I think this will work, actually. We do need to remember to... Just going to grab my error text over here. That needs to live in the decoration field here. And then we should get our error back. Okay. If this still works... Let's see, that should have been... Ooh, that'd be this one, and it'd be the west 211. Wouldn't it? Oh, no, this is east. Okay, so it would be here, east to 21. Yeah, got the change. If I do this... So we should check here. That got changed. That's not firing the change, and that's because that I don't have it in my room data form here. Form on changed. We need to do the same thing. We should have room or map data in here. We don't, though. We have map state. Yeah, okay. It's just in a different place. We're going to do the same thing here. We're going to call it the right thing, though. Unsafe tile changes. State dot. Oops. Did it again. Unsaved tile changes to true. And that should fix this up to where we get our unsaved changes. So east over here. And I think that'll do it. Oop. What happened there? Where did oh dear, what triggered that? It's that. Okay, that's fine. We just need to fix up room in the same way, I think, to where we put this into the build and out of the did change dependencies stuff. And we'll have to do, I think, the same init state stuff, I think. And I'm going to leave myself a quick note here to do. Should this be setting the selected ID? We'll have to look at that, but we'll do that after we figure out all the other stuff here. Override init state. Yes, super. And then we do widgets, widgets binding, not observer, widgets binding dot instance dot register, no, post, add post frame callback. There it is. Like so. Oop. All of these guys. All two of them, but they live here. And then in our build, these guys live. So those get set. All right. So now that guy can go away. The dependency change. Okay. Let's make sure to rebuild just so we have a good starting point and make sure that we don't see that console message come back. And I don't know exactly how we get it to fire. Or how we did before. See, I changed east to 2-1. East to 2-1. Wait, why were you saying changed? Why would you say unsaved changes? That's incorrect. I bet you that was where we had our failure, but had our console message. Okay, so if it's if I go from connection to a room, why would that be? That's bizarre. I wonder if it's because this has the same connections in it. So if I maybe went to here, nope, still unsafe changes. Let's, in order to try to make sure we understand for sure where it's coming from, because we have multiple different things in here, right? We're going to take this and do that. Right? So it no longer fires that. I'm not in there anymore. I'm back in Mapland. Ooh, it's still... Okay, so it wasn't our change there that causes that. Is it... is it you? Because this form key, I bet you it is. This form key gets used for either parent. Whether that be the wrapper or this guy. Okay, so in order to get this to work correctly, we need to generate the key here. Think. Oh, but you're okay. So that's fine. How do I want to do this? I think this actually... We'll have to look at this. I think... Shouldn't we be... Or shouldn't we avoid returning a widget from a helper like this? Because that's what got us into trouble here. When we did it this way. And I don't want to cause more trouble for myself. We'll look at that, though. Here, though, we need to form state. And you're going to complain because you were declared as final. But I'm going to go ahead and just make you nullable and not final. And say that you can't be null in here. That needs one of those, though. We just created you. You can't be null. Let's rebuild. Oh, still unsafe changes. Interesting. What else would be triggering that? It could be these other guys. This is the annoying part where changes may break other things, and we're not 100% sure just yet. So let's take that out. We're going to put you back until we know for sure. That becomes a pointless... check. Can't be null. Oh, because we also took out our form state. Form state. Now you know for sure that you'll have the bits and the pieces and the things and the stuff. Okay. So, that's still a valid question for future me. We're going to have all that. We're going to leave you for a second. We're going to take this out of here and put it, which also could be part of the problem, actually. So, you are going to be I think we can do the same thing. Map state. Wait. No if check. Ugh. This is just for the same exact thing we did over here. Map state, connections, length, I++. Connection data form, index, I. Oh, it already had index, okay. And I don't suspect that that's going to fix the problem, but it does need to be done, I believe, to have things be correct. Yeah, there was already unsafe changes popping up in there. Which is very much not true, but we need to do that anywho. And then we need to... Let's do this first. This is going to look exactly the same. We're going to replace you directly. I think these can get merged into one, but we'll do one thing at a time to the extent that it's possible to test them at one at a time. Oh, these guys should also have the on-changed bits. We'll leave them like that until we know for sure what we'll be doing here. Weird that that fires off like that. Okay. Unchanged. It could also be this, though. We'll get there. So, the rest of these guys need to get converted. Which sucks, but it is what it is. This is super duper nested. Fortunately, it's because we have a bunch of different things we really do need. Mouse regions. Containers. Keep everything happy. Okay, well, it is what it is. So we need to bring our error text. Well, we're just going to go. Error text does need to come in. That's going to be the same for all of these fellows, so we can do that at least. Decoration, error text. Decoration, error text. These guys don't have it, they're a different creature. That's all well and good. All right. You become a text field. You become a form field string. You have a builder. Form field state string state. You return, not that. Unchanged. Becomes state did change value. That's a nullable string. No, not there. We close the text field. Yes, that. We close the squirrely braces. Then we have a validator. This was sloppy. We should say you're a nullable string. Let's see here, validator form field, close. We need to get rid of that. Yes. Okay. On reset, there's no value there. This just needs to be transit exit controller value is the transit exit controller value. Copy with text data exit description, like so. Speaking of which, initial value data exit description. Okay, error text is that. That's all good. On saved has value? Does. We say data exit description is equal to value, but we need to check that if you're not null and not empty. Which validation should help us take care of, but we'll just do that to be specific. Oh, and I also need a focus node around you. Focus child is that. Come down here to you. So after our text field, before the end of the focus field, we do that. Okay. Same changes need to come down here. Form field string builder form field state string state open return you unchanged state did change value. You're a string that's nullable. So are you. This should close the text field. We go on to validator. That's all the same still. You need to go away. On reset. Speaking of which, I need to remember to form field, initial value, data, exit description. on reset, exit description controller, value, exit description controller, value, copy with text, data, exit description, like so. On saved, data, exit description, forgot to check if value isn't null and value is not empty, data exit description is equal to exit description, description controller, text, like so. And then, what am I missing? I'm overlooking something in here. I'm overlooking a focus node for one, but also on focus change bool has focus. Ooh, focus. There we go. Has focus. If not has focus, then state validate. Error text is in. Did change is in. Validator is in. On reset is in. On saved. Okay, maybe I'm good. Okay. I wonder. Do I actually need these guys anymore? Come to think of it. Let's rebuild. Let's find out. App editor. You. I do. Even though we set the initial value. Which, okay, do we need the initial value? We did over there. But if we're resetting manually, does this actually matter for anything? I think it does for our error. Or not error, but our unsaved changes notification. I think. I guess not. Why did I need them over here? I don't know. I'm gonna leave them there for now. Or leave them out for now until we discover a need for them again. If it happens. This guy. Can we do... I want that. Well, actually, we can't do this, though, either, anyway, because... we have to be able to reset these guys, and we don't want... Okay, reset actually works, but we don't want the changes to be done until we save, right? Well, actually, it doesn't matter. Because we just wipe the form out. We wipe the data out. We replace it. We reselect it. So maybe that's fine. Maybe we can get away with not doing it. Do we still have... We do. Okay. You don't get used anymore. That's cool. You aren't doing anything anymore. That's cool. That's still a question mark for me later. I think... Ah. I think that's why, actually, come to think of it. Let me put my initial value back in here. Hang on, I need to very clearly be able to reproduce. So if I come in here and I click here and I click out, okay. So yeah, that will immediately reproduce it. That's what I needed them for. I'm pretty sure, the initial values. So we come back. Enter message, form field, initial value. Hello, my fellow Flutter nonsense enthusiast. How's it going? How's it going with you, Crashaw? Good to see ya. I think I've solved my problems well enough that they'll work. So it's going pretty good, I would say. This transit intercontroller text. We can drive it off of that. That's fine. So let me double check here. Yeah, that fixes that. That's why that existed. I thought I checked and had a reason for it, but you know. Initial value, transit exit controller text. Nice to hear that, right? I was very excited when things started working. And I discovered that I'm a colossal moron for part of it. Initial value, exit description controller, text. Okay. That should fix all of that. We go out, we go back in. No extraneous, erroneous validation errors. Okay. Reset that just for good measure. That's going to fix connection tile. Room is another story. You need, I think, the same treatment. Let's make sure, though. Aside from this that we have to track down. Okay, so we validate there. That's good. Okay. So maybe we're not completely hosed. Really tempted to commit this. Probably going to. Tell you what, I need beverage. I need use the restroom. So let's take a quick break, and I will be right back. We'll figure out the room stuff. Alrighty. So yeah, I do want to commit this, I think, and then we'll clean up the rest of it soon. Mongoose? There we go. It's like, why is tab complete not working? We changed a bunch of stuff, that's true. Up spec, oh yeah. I was messing around with my packages again yesterday. Finally fixed them, I think, but connection data, yes, all of those forms, room data, form, tile data, vertical tile form. Yeah, that all looks good. Fix validation in connection forms. Rework core connection form widget to pass the form key down, or to let child widgets inherit the form widget that is keyed by the parent. Let's do that. Hopefully I'll know what I'm talking about if I ever have to review that one. Which, I mean, given how finicky this has been, is entirely possible. But it's a really good thing that I spent like 2 days this week just really diving into the forms of Flutter. Because, stupid mistakes aside, it would have been a lot harder to fix this if I hadn't ran around in there for a while. Okay, so let me think here. We have the ability I betcha. I really, really betcha that it is these guys. Causing me trubs. And unfortunately, we might need to do the same. So that we can have our on saved. I betcha. Let's try it. We can roll back easy. Because we just committed that. If this doesn't prove to be correct. Form field state string state. Oop. That key, please. Return this text form field, which will not be a form field in a second. You, close you, close you. Thank you, Flutter. That goes away. That stays. That gets that. There we go. The initial value of this would need to be description controller text, like so. OnChanged is going to get changed to state did change, not true, value, which should be a nullable string declared here. Same deal here. Like so. This needs to come out to the parent. Did I put you in the wrong? I did. Here's where you belong. That goes away. You get changed to a text field. I do on reset. No value in that one. We do this also needs to get pulled out. On reset, we do description controller value equals description controller value copy width. We come in here. Oop, text is, and we have in this case current data description. Like so. On saved, we have string value, and before we were setting our dealy whopper here values directly. So on saved, we do need to check if value isn't null and value is not empty, and then we can say current data description is equal to value. It's annoying that I have to have the initial value, my own controller, and do this when I have like values in half the places. Super, super annoying. Unless I'm just complaining and this actually gives me a value. No, it doesn't. I guess I could put them in value, or not in values, but like string variables, but I don't really gain that much from doing it. Learning from mistakes is the best way to learn. Yes. Accurate. At least for me. And we need to do the same thing, except for we also need a focus here. And then we do on focus change. Bool has focus. If not has focus, then state validate. Okay. Same deal here. Form field. Builder, not child, builder. Form field state. This should have been specified as a string in both of these places. State, squirrely braces, return, text field, semicolon, close braces, you go away, we add one more you. Validator comes outside. Auto validate mode goes away. Oh, that's right. I was gonna. I think we learned about this existing yesterday. We might not need this focus node. We're gonna skip it in this one and see if it works. And then we can go fix up stuff. But validator exists. There you are. On reset. Verbose description controller. While you is that's while you copy with text current data verbose description on saved string while you. I forgot to put you. Let's be specific about our types. Let's fix this while we're standing right here. State date.did change value on saved if value is not null and value is not empty. Theoretically, I could do validate there. We'll leave it for now, though. If that's true, current data verbose description is equal to verbose description controller text. Like so. Okay. What am I missing? I'm missing a squirrely brace. You didn't get initial value, though. Now you do. And then our location is not editable, and our connections, those take care of themselves. Let's rebuild to make sure we get everything all nice and fresh and clean. We'll come in here. It doesn't show up anymore because we're no longer mucking about with the data and the changing and the whatnots under the hood. So if we clear you and leave, I forgot to do this error in the decoration. That's what I forgot. Where did you go? I'm just going to copy you because you're kind of gnarly. Decoration helper text, womp, error. Decoration helper text, womp, error. Description and wait. What did I do there? I fat figured something. Why don't you think you have state? Form field string, form field state, state. Happen down here too. Form field state string, state. Couldn't you just do value is not? Possibly so, but I find that less readable, and I kind of try to avoid it. Oh, it's because these guys were const before, they're not now. That's fine. I don't care that much about that. Okay. Meow. We need to rebuild just to be sure. Okay. Still don't have our failure to, or our incorrect unsafe changes. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Reset works. Apply. Works. Love that. Thought I saw some weirdness there for a second. Losing my mind. Okay. Reset. Things are happy. Love that. Let's find out just for educational purposes, though. Why not? So here, if value bop dot is not empty. No, I can't. Nullable expression can't be used as a condition. There we go. Now we know. I have used that in some places, and I'm still not a fan of it, I don't think. Okay, that'll fix room form. Now we know, right? It was an interesting thought, for sure. We'll commit this, and we'll say update room form to use form fields. We don't trigger erroneous unsaved change state. If you find it less readable, that's okay. Yeah, and it could be a skill issue. It's a thing I'm still trying to noodle my way through. Probably because I think that's JavaScript, right? Or TypeScript that allows you to do that as well. Or am I mistaken? It feels JavaScripty. And it could just be a skill issue with me not being good at that. I know arrow funks are, and I find them less readable too. And that is just 100% me not being a front-end guy. So. Yes. Okay, so. Order of operations for the things I need to look at. I think I want to get rid of the specifically different forms that aren't actually different. You're the primary person that's reading the code. You should make it the way you like it. Yeah, I tend to agree. That's one of the things that I took away from Go. Go being so opinionated. That's a type strip construct? Yeah. Go being so opinionated on formatting. Like, initially, I was kind of just like, that seems pointless. But learning, like, the benefits of, like, all Go code, as long as they ran GoFumt, looks the same. And it's all easy to read because of it. I was like, oh, yeah, that's a really, really... It's surprising how good that is. Like, it's surprising how much of an effect it has. And Go being so explicit about everything. Like, the two, like, go hand in hand. Like, A, you have to specify everything, and B, it has to be in the correct format. Has an outsized impact on readability. And I really came around because, you know, like Rob Pike said, I think it was Rob Pike said, GoFumped is nobody's favorite. GoFumped is everybody's favorite. Um, like, he's right. Okay, getting rid of these guys. So, we're going to start getting rid of them by making a new one. We're going to call you connection tile form. Connection tile view. Yeah. That's what we'll call you. This all stays the same. You just get changed a name. And then we come into tile data. And instead of this, we say if data is room data form, then we do this. And we're going to probably get rid of this too, but one thing at a time. Else we return connection data form. Oop, that's not connection tile form. I don't like that name because I've already got confused by it. We'll take a look. You need a form key, which will be form key. You're not imported yet. Import you. Okay, this should change nothing materially in our outcome. Seems to be quite good. Excellent. Okay. Agree, I like that about Go. Yeah. All right. So that's working. We love that. Life is good. Now, we're going to take you, delete you. We're going to take you, delete you. And we're going to take you, delete you. And theoretically, nothing should be broken. And it's that's not right. Room data form. Else connection tile. Because this is room data. I think that's Thompson influence. He's the no-nonsense guy that actually created first version of Unix kernel. Could be. It was somebody... Oh, you mean the explicitness and simplicity? That I don't know for sure. I was sidetracked in my head on GoFumped still. which is how they pronounced it, but I hate. I like Go format myself, but okay, so yeah. We're good here. Pretty sure. So we'll commit and we'll say replace all the same connection tile form parents with a single one. More languages should have that. Yes, I agree. That's kind of the thing that um, is differentiating the new languages from the old, right? Is um, they're easier to write and their tooling is better. And it's built in, right? You don't have to run PyBlack. You don't have to run a separate test framework. They're all coming with these sort of things included, and it's really good. I really like it. I use Clang format for C code. Yeah, makes any code base more readable. Yes, same thing. Like these built-in tools to help you to write more idiomatic code and syntax are super awesome. And like I don't know the extent that the others, like Rust and Zig and all that. I don't know how much of them is built in versus like just LSP stuff. But Go stuff is almost universally Go. Like Go Vet will give you a lot of the stuff that's what drives a lot of the stuff in GoLand, right? But yeah, and speaking of, like advances in the tooling, LSP, amazing. Okay, so now let's take this out because I don't think we're really supposed to be doing this technically. To return a widget like this. Let's go ahead and here we'll do map state is room data. Then we do room data form. We give it our form key. Else connection tile form. And then the same thing, form key. Form key. And I don't like those nested ternaries, but that's just kind of the way Flutter wants to be. Which means that to do is to done. Okay. And that should have, again, no impact on our actual UI. It should all work the same. So let's find out. I doubt such tooling was possible 15 to 20 years ago to do CPU speeds and RAM limits. Yeah, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt that has a lot to do with it. Except for that broke because I did it wrong again. That should be not room data. Should be room data. Room data form. Oh. That. If you check the right thing, it'll probably work a little better. That nesting and Dart is killing me also. Yeah. Yeah. It's just kind of the nature of the beast. And like there's a limit to what you can extract meaningfully before you just create the problem of a million little files everywhere, you know? Which is its own kind of hell. I worked with my last dev job. We were standing up a new system. So that was cool. Got to work on greenfield stuff. But every so often they would have some of the more slightly more experienced younger guys that were maintaining the old system come over and do some work in the new stuff. And they were all Ruby devs. So whenever they would write a Go service from scratch, it would have like a models folder and a views folder, and they would put just like a single struct inside of a single file instead of inside of the models folder. And it drove me slightly insane. Like, I understand the reasoning. I understand kind of the MVP stuff. I'm not a super MVP sort of guy. But I understand the separation and why it's useful. Like we're doing it here, right? This is my most of experience with it, but I've worked on them a little bit. But I hate that. I really prefer the go way, which is to kind of have everything in the same package manage itself, and you can split the files willy-nilly. They're all in the same package, and that's amazing, and I love it. So, like, if it becomes unwieldy to have it in a single file, you can break it out effortlessly, but everything is still, like, within the same folder. Locality of behavior, as some people have called it, is amazing. I don't know if Primogen coined that term or if he got it from somewhere, but I've heard it from him, and I'm a fan of it. Okay. So we fixed that up. Let's commit that. Oops. We need to say remove, or let's say put the conditional switch for which parent form to use. Sure. In the widget directly. All right, let's look at these names. Connection title form, room data form. Do we love that? It's okay. We called you connection data form, right? Agree, I find the same approach very useful now when returning to C. Yeah! Like, I haven't done a ton of C. I've worked in one C code base, and the guys that had, I think, written it from the beginning were still there. They retired, like, when I started, like, 6 months maybe after, which was disappointing, because they were awesome to talk to and work with. And, like, most of their stuff was just, like, in a file. Everything was in there, which kind of was an eye-opener to me of, like, from the kind of external world coming in with this idea that everything must be split up everywhere. I was like, oh, huh. And they had long functions, and they had, you know, it was old school code, and it worked. And it wasn't terrible to maintain. I was nervous going in because I hadn't done C really up until that point. But it was kind of just code, and it kind of just did what it said on the tin. They did a little bit of bit shifty magic in some places, which I still don't really... Like, it takes me a long time to sit there and try to figure out what the hell they're trying to say and do. And I'm glad we don't have to do that anymore. But for the most part, it was just... did what it said on the tin. Okay. We need to check this out. Why does this... Why did I set selected ID is equal to data UUID? If it's not equal. If selected ID is not equal to the data ID. And selected ID comes from where? Like, I don't think this ever gets run. If we expand you and come back and back in, or go out and back in, you collapse, which is correct. Was it for... It was for reloading? Shouldn't matter. Was it for adding a new one? Already contains sure. Good thing I gave myself error messages. That all stays happy. That clears by virtue of the fact that we throw everything away and just reselect. New connections are expanded by default. Yeah, bit shuffling can be difficult to parse if you're not used to it. Yeah, and I never got used to it. It never needed to in any of the stuff I did, so I didn't. If I just comment you out, how do you behave? So if I was to go expand a couple things, add a new thing, you're staying expanded. Resetting, you stay expanded. Oh. Right, yes. Sure, connect to that. You stay expanded. Resetting. Oh, that broke that. There we go. Okay, so what happened there? That wasn't related to this, I don't think. So if I open you and I create a new connection, yeah, cool, whatever. You're empty. I reset. You're still stuck on index 1. Or 0, rather. You haven't picked up. I'm 99% certain this can go away, though. Selected ID. If I take you out, selected ID isn't even used. What was I doing when I added that? Hang on. Where was selected ID going to come from? I don't want to throw it away because I usually have a good purpose for things. I think I was trying to preserve. I think it was to preserve. Yeah. But this isn't correct. Selected ID is data UUID. I think I was trying to preserve having things open when you toggled around. And I noticed that they're sticking open, so if we put that back in, then they collapse. It's because this is tied to the index, so the index is set to open, but we needed to know which IDs were expanded. But why this is in here is another question. That shouldn't be there. I'm 98% sure. Oh, 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 oh. My expanding went away. What else is using? Okay, so what in the world? Now they don't expand. But nothing should be used. Oh, unless I did. Okay. No. What? Okay, so it doesn't expand because it's not the selected ID. Nothing ever sets selected ID. So when it comes back through here, it toggles defaults, so it doesn't expand. If we take you out, then you expand again. Right? That's fine. Like we can set expanded ID in here when we click on a thing, but that's not going to preserve the state at all. We could put in state and have them have state manage like a list of expanded IDs. And I think that's probably the answer I really want. Um, set our labels and we collapse anything and lock it collapse if it's set to deleted. Okay, so this is technically kind of a new feature anywho. We can take it out or we can put it in the state. We also need to fix that other trouble with the feller not getting its stuff populated. Delete connection does that. I suspect. So that notifies listeners. We might need to set state in here, though. Let's fix the bug first. Okay, while I kind of noodle on what I want to do about this. So if I add a new connection and you happen to be expanded, and then I reset the form, you go away, you still don't. Oh, it's because reset. That's why. So it's not even in here. That doesn't matter, because this does take care of itself. I'm pretty sure. Let's find out for 100% sure. Reset you again so you're fixed. Add you back. I delete you. Oh, that's still broken too. Okay, but it's broken in the same way. If I put my set state back in just for testsies, reset you so that you get back. Have my fakey fake connection, delete you. Yeah, still okay. So I suspect reset is out here. But down further. Apply icons refresh. Here you are. Form state reset, map state reset selected tile, which calls set selected tile. New connection is null, so we come in here, we clear connections, and we rebuild them. Do I need to... not that, but if could do that. So that on a reselect, it just omits. No, we're still empty. Okay, interesting. And does this happen? Well, I can't add a new connection from here, so I don't know if it would happen here. If I, oh, right, yes, if I add that, then you won't be here to look at either. Oh. Oh. We reset, which grabs that data from the old index, and then we reset the selected tile. Will it break if we flippy flop it? Give you an empty here. Roll that back. No? take this out because it didn't do anything for us, but... Oh, I put it in the wrong spot for one. Because we have to pull out the unsorted list and put it into order, so... Theoretically, that should have still worked, but... Let's take a look and see. So we add our fake friend here. We reset. North is still empty. It's because you never re-init. So you're still hanging on to that, but need you to not do that. Okay. Roll everything back to where it was, since none of those did anything for us. So I would need to either not screw around with the order of the things, or... in-room data, when we add you, gross connections, connections length, connection data form, index I. And I can't do... I can't do this again because it's already a knit. And if I put it back into on-change dependencies, then we have issues with things getting called to rebuild when they're in the process of rebuilding already. I could perhaps... I could unique key them. No, let's value key them. Value key them on the index. so that their index changes, they know that they need to be completely rebuilt. So we add you. We reset. North is still empty, though. I actually need to reset the form at all. I don't know if the is related. Let's also make sure we have a fresh build. Committed the cardinal sin of changing more than one thing at a time now, though, but that's fine. I'll figure it out. Okay, so that didn't add it at all. Wait, no, it did add it. It didn't do that. It's got data in it now from the guy below it. Or something like that. To the north. So that'd be from south. Oh yeah, everything's all jumbled up now. Ugh, gross. But why did that happen? Well, also, we can probably get away with taking that index stuff out now, come to think of it. From the south to the north. Add Norando. Yeah. You have taken on. We've bumped everything down one. The plot thickens. But everything lives in the one meow. Confused as to why taking this out, or did I just not notice it? Am I derping? Could be derping. Let's see, that's the only thing that's changed here, right? Is I added an extra slash for some... Oh, because yeah. While I was commenting things out to understand what was going on there. This is separate, though. We're going to put that aside. We're going to fix the actual bug first. We're going to put this back the way it was. We're going to run nice and fresh and clean. And go in. And see if I'm just a derpin. From the south to the north, that's correct. Add a fakey fake one. Nothing from the south. Okay, so why do you clear... Why does the state get reset there? I didn't push refresh. It's because the form gets rebuilt. No. That shouldn't matter. This shouldn't have any relation to that. We just add you in. Add item callback is map state add connection. Connection data. Current location is the origin. New connection's true. That's super weird. But let's fix the thing that's kind of jank anyway. Before we get too crazy. If my connection data form requires that I provide it with the connection data it represents, that might be better for me. Are you a connection data? I think so. Connection, we'll get rid of index. Data will be widget dot connection. I don't even need data then. You only get used down here. Remove connection at index, but I don't have delete connection. I shouldn't do that. I should get rid of this. I should just remove based on ID. UUID. Do I have to arrow you? I've done this wrong. You are just that. Move where? Oh, I don't need squirrely braces. Okay. And then instead of that, remove connection by ID, and I give it UUID here, which can't be null. This is if widget dot connection is a new connection. Okay, and then I need to fix up all of these fellows. You can still be tied. But hue I can actually swap then for... app state connections. I just say connection data form and I feed you con directly. And I don't need that. There we go. Those should have been gone anyway. And then I need to do the same thing in my this one, where instead of that we just do for connection data con in map state dot connections. Connection data form connection is con, no semicolon. Then I need to import you. And then you, I forgot to notify listeners on. And I'm going to leave my note here because this is still true. We should only really be using this to remove a new connection. Currently, that's my only case where it's a thing. Otherwise, just let the save tile worry about it. Okay. Uh-oh. Data has not been initialized. I forgot. Where is data? There you are. And then instead of data, I'm just going to data replace with widget.connection. Like so. Let's make sure we get a nice fresh build. A little hot start there. Okay, so north, we have our connections. We add a nice new one. It goes to the top. North still has its things. Resetting. North doesn't have its things anymore. Wow, that's annoying. This is still good. It's still better. It's a better approach, I think. Oh, okay, so I'm conflating a couple things. Hang on. So, add you again. If I delete this way, yeah, okay, north is still missing its text. But it's only these guys, right? Which is weird. Like everything else is correct. 2120. The ID stays. It's just these fellers. Which leads me to believe that It's this still. Something's getting held on to. It's like it's got this list of widgets, and it goes through them and rebuilds the top one, and it says, okay, these data fields have changed, but this text field I have hasn't, so I reuse it. Because it only changes on init. And I might be mistaken about that order of operations, but also might not be. Oh, well, okay, so now that we pass in the widget directly, or the connection data rather, directly, maybe we can get away with, instead of relying on this, oh, we still need to save you for the sake of on reset and on saved. Still need to have a handle on it. But I'm gonna get in trouble if I try to put it in build, I think. That's gonna reset it every time I change something. I can set the initial value to stuff, but I don't think I don't think it's gonna fix the problem. Let's make sure we get a fresh start here. Map editor, you add in 1, delete, still broke. If I add it and then I reset, same story. Hey Adams, how's it going? How's all the everything? So I can't put it in build. I'm 99.9% certain. And I think this is going to be a problem too. On dependency update, I think is what it is. That's not. That's not promising. No, that's not the right one. What is your name? I always forget your name. Flutter on dependency change override. Did change dependencies. That's what you are. Did change dependencies. There we go. Put y'all back in here. I think I'm gonna have some console vomit. It's gonna complain about things getting set, needing build or whatever. So I do that, and then I delete you. Oh, no, it doesn't. Interesting. Okay. All right. And if I have a fakey fake connection and I hit reset. Okay. And you don't complain? Oop, nope. That changed that time, and it changed because that changed. Crap. Because this flag state lives in the map state, and it's detecting that as a change, a dependency. Crap. So that ain't gonna work. You got to change on your init. Let's see. What other answers could there be? Are you actually using map state anymore now that you are? Oh yeah, for the skill controller. Well, that's not correct. Why would you be map state skill controller? Oh, right. Never mind. Duh. Because your skills. That can go away again. Just need to bring the other guy back. And I'm pretty sure that unique key is also going to cause us to have troubles as soon as we update. It's going to wipe out our changes, I believe. You come up here. Here we go. Bum, 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 bum. So you womp. That looks like it's all well and good, but oh, okay. Yeah, okay. There it goes. There it went. Interesting that it didn't do it in here. Hmm. So the other thing we could do, I suppose. Okay, so when we save it, it's not going to fit into. We can test this another way. I'm wondering if it gets jumbled on saving too. If it does, we have other problems. But to test that, what we can do is we can take out, let's say, the south connection here, apply that, right? And then we can add a connection. What? Overflowing? Since when? You jerk? We'll fix it in a minute. So we connect back to the south. And this should validate, and it does. We apply that. North is now got those fields. Crap. And south didn't even get added yet. Or at all, for that matter, it appears. 2, 3, 4, 5. Empty connection is in here still. Okay, so problem. Big problem. Let's reset that. Why was it the... Be the exit, right? Exit message was the... Yeah. Why was it you that got omitted for one thing? Did I forget... Exit description? No. Exit message. Exit message. Unsaved. Connection O. I did an oops. That's part of my problem. Except for you don't have an exit message. Oh, that would be exit description. Enter message, exit message. This is transit exit. That's why. That's part of my problem. I did that correctly there, though. Okay. But when I add you, I delete self, apply, I add the self, and I do foo bar baz. I apply. Oh, okay. Apparently that was my only issue. Unless it had to do with leaving and coming back. Self foo bar baz. Okay, so that's the wrong text. Wait. Wrong text? Yeah, wrong text is getting in there again. Because of these guys. But at least the saving stuff isn't completely borked, which is good. Um, I have the same problem if I move these into build, where it gets overwritten. On saved has a value. On reset doesn't. I've read a good comment on AI today. The only thing worse than AI hallucinations are people's hallucinations about AI. Nice. You're not wrong. Okay. Could we... Oh, let me see here. Hang on. Let's commit this. Data form, tile view. Yes. Give the connection form widget a connection data instead of an index. Because I want to just try and ditch these controllers entirely. And I don't know if I can do it. If we let them manage their own controller, I need to, if I do this, it'll make my life a lot easier. In general. Okay. Oh, I need to set up my drag drops if I do this, but that's okay. That's fine. To do something else with them on reset. I don't have my access to my state here. Do I even need on reset, I guess, becomes my question. Wait, we're... Enter message, initial value. Okay, yeah. Widget connection, transfer enter. Widget connection, transit, exit. Comment this out for a second. Widget control connection, exit description. Take the controller out of you. Comment this out. On saved. This should just be driven off of value. I don't know why I did that. Just a mistake. Okie dokie. Does that screw everything up? Yes. Very much so. But these are text fields inside of here. Oh, damn it. Yeah, they have to have a text field to have pre-populated info. But we can do... Yeah, we can do it here. It's fine. Just give you a anonymous text control. Wait, hang on. We did this over in the other side of the world too. Inside of the builder, text editing controller, text editing controller, text is state value. Because initial value set, theoretically, it should get passed through. Exit description is working. Because that's one I just did. Duh. Okay, so, and then if I do that, you're still working correctly. If I... Why do you do that? Because... Did I do this over here, or did that end up being abandoned? I think that ended up being abandoned. Okay. I think it was because of this problem here, actually. So we'll restore that. Chuck that idea. We have to do something else. What that something else is, I don't know yet. Tell you what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick second and go use the restroom. And take off this hoodie because it's getting warm in here. So I'll be right back. There we go. That's better. Okay. So, you scooch that up a little bit. What are we going to do about you? I can't do a unique key. Can I do a value key just on the whole thing? Let's do a room data for one first. What if I did that? Okay. And then we reset. And then you're in. You got your fields correct. Okay. If we delete our south connection, we apply to the northeast. So that's still in place. We'll make sure to click out just in case. We'll create a new one. You're empty. What am I focused on when I don't know what has focus when I do that. There's two between there, which is kind of annoying. Anyway, apply. It goes down to where it belongs. It's still open. From the south to the north, so that's good. And then you're Fubarbaz. You are to the southwest. East, south, east, south. That's south. Well, yeah, that's correct. Southie. Okay. There we go. That seems to be working. Perfect. Let's do the same thing in... Oh, we called you connection to form in there. Okay, we're gonna do the same thing over here. Just in case. We shouldn't have the same problem here, but great success, right? We don't have any extraneous change messages. We've got our from the south to the north. Cool. We've got our everything. Okay, I'm going with that. So, add value key to connection data form to prevent index changes from breaking text fields. Okay. Meow. Let's just call you form view. Eagerly waiting you start streaming Go server part. Yeah, me too. I'm excited to be done with this UI, and we're so close. And I gotta figure out what I want to do on the server side next. We need items, we need NPCs, we need the character to be more fleshed out, like it needs, races and classes and things like that. Unfortunately, I think the first thing we want to do is support multiple maps. So connecting between maps as well, which multiple maps come in first. Because right now the server only loads a single map, which is not super useful, right? It's good enough to get going, but we need to be able to have maps for cities, maps for zones to break it up a little bit. And I don't know what like the optimal size for a map is, like to stay under. So we'll have to figure that out along the way. But we need the ability to do that, and then these connections support the idea of connecting to anything. So they should be mostly ready. Maps will need... I think they have IDs already in the server. They don't have names in the server, which they probably should. I don't know that we care super much for anything other than like user feedback, but yeah. And we just need to make them load multiple maps and be able to connect one to the other. Most of the bits and pieces should be in place, but we'll find out like what I didn't consider when we get there. So we need to do that on the server. We need to actually, to fix up the things on the server that we have put off here that we discovered or uncovered. So the format changes need to be done really quick. Support multiple maps. Support connecting to the maps in the server. Support adding connections between maps here, which I don't know exactly how I want to do UI-wise yet either, but that's the thing. And then yeah, like items, characters. I think characters, not characters, NPCs. I think that's what I want to do after we finish up the map stuff. Because there's be two big things that go into that. Is getting like a basic character that sits in a room that you can talk to, like a quest giver type guy. And then they'll eventually need to be able to roam around and be able to be spawned as enemies and stuff like that. And I think that that's just going to be an interesting way to start doing more gamey things. Because those are also basics that we don't need. Like, eventually we're going to have to stop and spend, like, a day doing, like, game design stuff. But that's a basic mechanic we know that we need a minimal implementation of. Start with simple monsters / items and expand them. Yeah. And we have a lot of the pieces in place to do that. Items don't exist at all yet, but I'm hoping to be able to use the same character object for NPCs. And then, because of the way a character controller, like when your session attaches to the server, you attach to a character. Theoretically, that should allow another thing to attach to that character, being like a NPC AI type stuff. AI in the old-timey sense, not the LLM sense. And that's going to take like an editor UI too, because I would like to be able to say, to quickly add like a response, like I listen for, well, to aid to create the NPC itself, like a location and a name and that kind of thing, but also like give them the ability to respond to, you know, different strings or things. So that could be kind of an interesting thing to start building out. And that'll also kind of lead us into, like, once we get that in, okay, he's a quest giver. How do you give a thing to him? How do you give a thing to any player, right? Like, what does that look like from a mechanical standpoint? Does it, like, obviously it has some kind of a notification that goes to, which we can do with our events, that goes to the intended recipient, but that's almost like a trade system, right? So how do you both confirm stuff like that? And that we'll have to kind of start noodling on too, but yeah. Okay. So today, however, the expanded stuff. Expanded, oh yeah, I just renamed you. Rename, connection, file form. Better differentiated. Okay. Connection data form. You're the one. How do you give something to NPC? Same way. Right. Okay. So, well, yes and no. An attack doesn't require. Let me roll back because I got 6 things going on in my head at the same time. An attack doesn't require you to accept. That's kind of one of its defining facts, right? So, if we want to use the same basic thing, basic module for characters and NPCs, which I would like to, that would make things easier, I think. Then it's the same as how do you give something to a player, right? You don't want to just like have people put stuff in your pockets. That would kind of suck for a lot of reasons. So there has to be some kind of, so-and-so wants to give you these things. And then the character, the NPC controller that attaches to the object gets that notification and then can accept or decline, if it matches or whatever. Obviously there's a quest system that would have to come into there, so like that gets a little bit more complicated, but Lego blocks on Lego blocks sort of thing. And you need to have items before you can even do that, but I'm just kind of thinking as we go some of the kind of key pillars. Yeah. Attacks do need to be put in there too. We have some of the machinery in place for that, but that's also going to tie into, I got to figure out what I want to do. Right now, it's like a very, very bare bones sketched in D20 system, but it doesn't need to be. A roller is a modular thing that you can plug in. The thing that would change would be things over here like your spot DC. And these are just placeholders too, but obviously if your DC is 8 and you're rolling D6s, then like, does that make sense? You could do like a Shadowrun style where you roll 100 D6s and however many are greater than 4 or whatever it was count as a success, and then you need 8 successes. Great, that'll work there. You can do a D20 system, in which case 8 is probably kind of low. Maybe you want that, maybe you don't. If you're doing a D10 or a D100 system, things get weirder, But this just being a number, just change it. But I got to figure out what I want to do. And I only did a D20 because it was just like the bare bones basic way to get a rolling in. And I also got to figure out, because like I don't generally like a combat system where you swing and you miss, you swing and you miss, you swing and you miss sort of thing. That's not really super compelling. Like you need to have some kind of give and take there, but that kind of gets into like the game design part of it. So at some point we're going to need to stop and answer some questions and put together a plan for the game that I want to build in the engine. I have just like, the barest bones idea. Initially I started this without any game in mind. I was just like, it'd be really fun to make an engine in Go. And then I did that and I was like, hey, editing these text files sucks. Being able to hit someone was determined, or something was determined by HR back when I played. Yeah, but for the most part, unless your HR was absolutely terrible, missing was very uncommon. Yeah. Like, I don't know. It's one of those things that's tricky to get something that feels good, right? Like you think about things that were in the news recently, or not the news, but like the gestalt of the world recently. They were talking about the Morrowind combat system and how you used to miss. Like you would swing and the model would go through the other model and you'd miss, right? And I remember that. And I remember I didn't like it. But also, like there's lots of game design questions like, okay, how do you want to handle healing and stuff like that? Is it a potion-based game? I don't like those. I don't like needing to drink 50 potions a day to exist. It feels dumb to me. I enjoy more resource managey type games without getting super like Darkest Dungeon or something with them. It's not like roguelike where, if you get smacked in the face early on, your run is kind of on edge, sort of thing. I got to figure out what I want to do with death. Corpse run, something else, whatever. Once there's a cleric, you need at least 2 people to kill anything sizable. See, there's another game designy sort of thing. I play a lot of MMOs alone, or I have in my life. um, so just because like I didn't want to stop and try to find somebody to quest with. Like I enjoyed just taking my time in my own time to run around, do the quests, rub my face in all the quest givers dialogues and whatever else, you know. Um, so how do you support the people that want to play with a friend, but also the people that want to just go do their thing? And then how do you do group content? What does that look like? You know, in a mud, things get kind of crazy if you do group content. Um, you get a couple people in a room smashing rats, and it's kind of a fast scrolling mess. So, you know, things to think about. Getting basic item monster barter mechanic is more important. You can always tweak stats and RG later. Yeah. That's what I'm in the process of building, like scaffolding right now, basically. For the basic things that, you know, you're gonna need. And that'll give us the ability to start thinking about game things, and then they will help the systems to evolve to get where we want. But yeah, that's kind of the trajectory I'm on. Well, as soon as I can get out of this editor rewrite that has just consumed my life. But you know, when I had the full-time job, I was only doing like 2 hours a day on it, more or less. So it's gone a lot faster since I quit. Okay. And to start experimenting with different approaches. Yeah, kind of. Like, I want to try to keep them as generic-ish as possible at a start. Like, give them a sketch of things that, like, just are game foundational. But, yeah. I'm excited. Excited to get more systems in. I'm excited to have that day where we just sit down and go, okay, what kind of game experience am I trying to deliver here? And it doesn't have to be set in stone. Like, it's just, it's a goal to aim towards and to inform where we go, and along the way things can change, and that's totally okay. I think I'm gonna treat it like I'm not a game developer, not a game designer. I do this crap. But that's how I approach software, is like, you know, there's core pillars that we know we need, universal truths. We'll go there, and as we fill it out, um if we have better ideas, or, you know, if we decide things don't serve anymore, we can delete them. No changing a lot. I want it to be fixed. Well, I got bad news for you. It's software, because it's malleable. You're free to mush it around, do horrible things with it, like make an OS in React. Okay, so this guy, I need to fix this thing. So I was thinking I could put in state a list of expanded IDs, connection IDs. That way, if I'm like looking at North, and I'm like, huh, and I'm looking at, well, I guess it wouldn't be North here, because this is 16AF. This is 2527. That should be the... I should pick... So, North. 257. That's the North. This will be the South. Is not that. Oh, that's right. That's right. These are different. These are two separate connection. Hmm. Okay. So that wouldn't happen. Like we kind of think about them, but as being one, but they're not, because we support the idea of asymmetrical connections, like one having a DC and the other not, or even a dead end. Like, you're free to create and say, there's no south from here. You can go north, and then you're screwed. Find another way around. But it would be like if you had north open here and you went over here and you looked at something else and you came back. It'd be nice if north was still open, I think. So we'd need to put that into the state. But then again, that is changing that, and then I guess it's probably okay. This would need to be, I think, up here. Because you only represent a single one of these fellers. So if I reset this, my expand should work. This should go away. That should go away. And in fact, this would reset itself now because of the way it works. Because it's no longer based on indexes, I believe. So here's what we're going to do. It is time for me to go have some lunch and do some other things. And then next week we'll come back, assuming I don't get to it, which I probably won't. I'm really pushing on this other project to get it to a state where it can be streamed and I can spend more time doing both of those things, because it is probably more commercially viable. This is a passion project for funsies, but I need an income. And it'd be cool if I could make one for myself. So, anywho, this save expanded ID list in map state and restore any expanded tabs, connections, when we see them. That's what I'm going to do. Have fun, bye. Have fun yourself. All right, so that's what we'll come back to. But I think that, and then the last bug hunting, we should be all right. We should be done, hopefully. But thank you to those of you who came back to see me and our returning viewers. Appreciate seeing you. It's good to see you. Thank you to those of you who are new. It was good to meet you. I do this thing roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday, ending today. So come on back, like I was saying, on Friday at around 10 a.m. Central Time. I'll be here doing more of it, barring any unforeseen circumstances. And I'd love to see you again. And if not, you guys have yourselves a great week anyway. I'll catch you some other time on down the road. Have a good one.